put up the kids design? Not the kids design. Sorry, glass furnace. You up there, Chris? No, he's not up there. Okay. Oh, there it is. There he is. So, you see the machines where the doors are closed? So that's what they look like inside. So inside each one of those is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get it out to make stuff. We have these steel pipes called blow pipes. And we dip it into the molten glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. So we dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. Pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a little chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with the colored glass. So in a big factory where you're going to make everything the same color, then they'd melt colored glass in the big furnaces and just make, 200 blue bowls. But here, we're a bunch of artsy-fartsies, and we want to make a red thing, then a blue thing, then a green thing. So we color each piece individually, and we can have any color we want, anytime we want. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, we've blown a bubble, you go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. You can see the diagram up on the big screen. They're just for heating and softening the glass while we're working.
We're just doing like this. Yeah.
It's always better in art.
Bigger is less better.
So Jack in the black shirt and black pants, he's getting some glass out of the furnace. So that's clear glass that he's working with. It's just so hot, it's glowing orange. He's going to roll that on the table, shape it up, and then he's going to blow one tiny little puff of air into the pipe, close it up with his thumb, and the heat and pressure will expand the air and automatically blow the first bubble. This is how we start almost any hollow object that we make. Keep your eye on Jack. There's a puff. And keep your eye on the glass now, and you'll see a little bubble pop out. So he's not directly blowing, it's just that one little puff. Any questions?
Do we know what they're making today, or?
Yes, we're making some sort of organic, abstract sculptures. See if I got a picture here. So these are the drawings from the artist. That's the artist, Nichole Rathburn. She's a sculptor, and she doesn't normally work in glass. We've invited her here to come and work in our shop. So these are her designs, and we're going to be made by our resident team of glass blowers. Can we put up some of her work up on the big screen? So so you see that one there? So we made sort of similar ones here in glass. And there's actually so let's stop here for a second. So these are sculptures that she made for here in Tacoma, for the Dune Park. That's near Point Defiance. Are you guys local? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, my word for it is that these sculptures are outdoors in a park, commissioned as public art. And these were inspired by the Dune book, the book Dune, the movie Dune. And they have, there's, I guess, characters called sandworms. And so that was the inspiration for these. And they're made out of bronze. So whenever we make new shapes, and these are kind of, unusual organic shapes, we always start out making them in clear glass because it's quick. And then once we got the shape figured out, then we'll make them in colors. So now Jack is shaping the glass. The tool in his hand is called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. to build all the glass shops in the form of these cones uh, because they for ventilation. So the cone, the building itself acts like a giant chimney. So the natural updraft, but they would put the furnace in the middle of the building. So there'd be hot air rising from the furnace, and then they put windows at the base. So the air would come in through the windows and be drawn up with the hot air coming from the furnace. So that was their way of ventilating. Very dependent on the weather. When it goes up 10 degrees outside, it goes up 20 indoors. Yeah, no, it's a good, comfortable day.
Good we're doing this now. Yeah. Yeah.
So you just dipped it in the tank again. You see it got bigger. He's taking it over to a trough called the pipe cooler. And we just lay the steel pipe in the trough. We spray water on it. That cools it down, makes it easier to hold. So at this point, he's just accumulating enough glass to blow the shape. Once he's got all the glass, I think he's going to hand it over to Ben, guy sitting on the steel table, and Ben will blow it up to its full size and shape. Yes, they come in sizes, yeah. So this is really for making the final shape. They're just making this sort of interim shape while we accumulate the glass. So Jack over on the left is letting that bubble cool and harden a bit before we get the final coating of glass. We call it a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. And we'll have enough glass to make the first sculpture. You get that picture I sent you for drawing? So right now, they're taking out bubbles or any kind of impurity that they find in the glass. At this point, when it's thick and gooey, you can just grab it, snip it off, and then round the whole thing out again. Now we have all the glass we need. Now we're going to make the sculptural shape. We put the drawing up on the big screen. So these are the drawings by our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn. And so this is what we're working from to make her sculptures. Today at 1 o'clock, our guest artist is going to give a talk here in the hot shop. So she'll tell you all about her work and all the interesting things that she does. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as the man sitting in the bench shapes it. As you can see, he's blowing now. So it's just like blowing up a balloon. Each time we heat up the glass, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's still hot and soft. And then when it starts to get stiff, we go to one of those big round ovens, the glory hole, and heat it up again. So now Ben, man in the center, is squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. Does anybody have any questions? It's a small version of what we made yesterday. I think they're going to be individual wall pieces. Yeah. Nicole, are those guys going to be part of an installation, or are they going to be individual wall pieces? Yeah. So individual sculptures. I don't think they have a fancy name yet. So now Ben, standing up, has two pads of cork. The cork allows us to squeeze the glass and press on it without leaving any marks. So our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, is not a glassmaker. We often invite people from outside of the glass world to come as guest artists. And when they do, they come up with designs and they work with our resident team of glassblowers to make their designs. The metal box in the middle is called the garage. Uh, that's where we keep stuff warm while we're working. So if we're making something that has several parts, we'll make part number one, put it in the garage, make part number two, and then we'll pull part number one out and stick the two together. So it's just warm enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape, and when we're ready to use it, we use it. those of you who came in a little later, we have a guest artist today, Nichole Rathburn, in the brown sweater. And she's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make her sculptures. Nichole is an artist, works primarily in bronze. She's not a glassmaker. We invite people from outside of the glass world to come in as guest artists. And we have a crack team of glassblowers here. And so the artists come up with designs, and our guys make the actual objects. Can we put the drawing up on the big screen? So these are the drawings of the shapes that she wants us to make. And we're going to attempt to make them. Anybody have any questions? Yes. I know nothing except that drawing. I know as much as you do. We'll find out together. So for those of you who came in a little later, I'll give you just a very brief introduction to the setup here. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. Once we get the glass out of the furnace and onto one of those pipes, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's still hot and soft. And then when it starts to cool and get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So you just see them going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round ovens, the glory holes. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can make just that part of the glass extra hot and soft, and we can shape that part without disturbing the rest of the object. So she wants these little creased details. So Ben's sitting at the bench. He's just heating up the part he wants to crease, and taking tools and making those metal creases. No. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Me personally, I used to. Nope. That torch in his hand is a propane and oxygen torch. It has a 5,000 degree flame. It allows us to get one small area of the glass very hot very quickly. So I believe our guest artist wants two openings in these shapes. So Ben is squeezing that glass. We're going to bust off that little point, and that'll form one of the openings. Scoring the glass with those shears. Those are called the diamond shears. We'll give the glass a tap, bust off that little point, and we'll have an opening. Can we put up the drawing again? So these are the shapes that our guest artist wants to make today. And so this is what we're working from. No is a good answer. Kind of fatter. Can we put the drawings up again? So those are the drawings by our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, so we're working for her today. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to transfer the sculpture from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. We'll grab it from an angle, and then we'll break it off the pipe. We'll be able to open that second hole. Over on the far left, Gabe in the black hat is preparing the second steel rod, the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Now we've got it on the punty, Punty, and we'll be able to address the opening on the opposite side. So Gabe, in the hat, is heating up the glass in the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. They have no glass in them. They run on natural gas and forced air, and we keep them at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Ben's going to trim off some of the glass. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with the scissors.
Do you mind asking that gal to scoot over? I can't see anything. I can't see
Oh,
them.
she's got to be there to direct the glass blowers. She's working.
Her?
Yep.
I can't see.
She's the artist. These are her designs. So
Yes, I
she
see.
has to work with the glass blowers. Or you could, we have plenty of seats in the center section if you want.
Thank you.
Can we put up the sketches? Somebody's going to take a picture, so hold it up there for a minute.
Thank you.
So these are the designs by our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, the woman in the brown shirt at the center of the workshop. She's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make the shapes that she wants. So the next thing we're going to do with this shape is we're going to sift powdered colored glass into the crevices. So the powdering happens in a booth around the corner. We have a camera so we can show you what's happening in the booth, but we have to do it in a ventilated booth because we don't want to breathe the glass dust. So you see the guys disappear around the corner. Oh. We're going to heat it up a little more before we do that. While we're working, the glass has to be kept warm or it'll crack. So even if we're not shaping it, we have to keep it warm so it doesn't break. If you look up on the big screen, you have a camera, see the camera in our powder booth. The colors are a bit distorted. So we sift the powdered colored glass onto the surface. We clean the smooth surfaces off, and we're going to let some of the powder collect in these creases to sort of accentuate the form. Anybody got any questions? If you just came in, we have a guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, and she's working with our resident team of glass blowers to create some of her sculptural shapes in glass. Ms. Rathburn is a sculptor working mainly in bronze, and we've invited her here to work with our team to see what she can do with glass. So we're dusting off that surface, leaving the powdered colored glass in the creases. Then we'll go back to the glory holes, the round ovens, and we'll melt it on. Making sculptures according to our guest artist design. They're abstract organic sculptures. They're not vases or cups or chandeliers. Yes, we'll put it up after they finish powdering it. Can we put up the sketch that we're working from? It's up there on the big screen. Oh, gee. I think each one of these will be probably 45 minutes, an hour. We're near the end of this one. We're almost we're almost done with this one that we're making. No, each one is an individual piece. Yeah. And this is we're approaching the we're almost done with this one here. No, these are also sculptures that we made yesterday with our guest artist, but they're not associated with that. They're separate things. Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? So we're almost done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Each day we heat up our annealer to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat, and it slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. We'll put it in the annealing oven, and let's have a hand for Nichole Rathburn and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, and Jack Spitzer. See you guys. Take care. Thanks. I see we have some new faces. So we'll just start out by giving you just a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside of each of them, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. And at that temperature, the glass is soft. It has the consistency of honey. When we want to get the glass out of the furnace to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blowpipes. And we dip it into the melted glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. So we dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass collects on the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Glass sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So before we dip it in, we have to heat up the tips of those pipes. So if you watch Jack on the left, he's going to the furnace. He dips it in, twirls it around. When he comes out, he'll have a hot ball of orange glass on the end. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat. The glass that he's working with is clear. It has no color. You'll see as he begins to shape it, the glass will cool down and that orange color will disappear. He's going to start this bubble just by blowing one quick little puff of air into that tube. He'll close it up with his thumb, and the heat and pressure will expand the air and blow out the first bubble. So right now the glass is solid. Here's the puff. You watch the glass. You'll see magically a little bubble pops out the end. That's how we start almost every hollow object that we make. Whether it's a lampshade, a bowl, a wine glass, it all starts with that one little puff. Does anybody have any questions? So now Jack is going to go back to the furnace, and he's going to coat that with a little more molten glass. Water. Sometimes when there's bubbles on the surface of the glass, if you just spray room temperature water in there, you can pop them. Yes, ma'am. We're making sculptures designed by our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn. Can we put up the drawing? Nichole is a she, not a he. She's the woman in the brown shirt. She's from Tacoma. She's not a glass artist at all. She works mostly in bronze, and we invite people occasionally from outside of the glass world to come work in our shop, and they come up with designs, and our crack team of glass blowers makes their designs. So now, over on your left, Jack is shaping up the glass. The tool in his hand is called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Yeah, they're employees of the museum. Today at 1 o'clock, our guest artist is going to give a talk here in the hot shop so she can tell you more about her work and her motivations. Can we put up some of Nichole's work up on the big screen? So if you live here in Tacoma, let's stop on that. This is a sculpture by our guest artist. It's in the Dune Park near Point Defiance. And so it's a public art that she's been commissioned to do. And it's made out of bronze. So this is something you can actually see if you're here in Tacoma. So let's move on. So these are more sculptures by our guest artist. So today, she's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make sculptures in glass. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? We color it. We have several ways that we buy colored glass separately in the form, well, in several different forms. In the form of these bars and little chips, in powders, and we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a little colored glass, and then we coat the bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. We buy these. The way they make the colored glass is they take the raw ingredients of glass, sand, soda ash, and lime, and usually they add some kind of metal. Different metals make different colors. So if you take sand, soda ash, lime, and cobalt, you get blue glass. Chromium, green glass. Tin, white glass. So it's mostly metals dissolved in the glass that give it its colors. These sculptures we're going to make out of clear glass, and we're going to just sift some powdered colored glass into the little creases, the little details. So when we get the glass out of the furnace, we have to build it up in layers. So between each layer, we let the glass bubble cool and stiffen a bit. And that's what Jack is doing in this center now. And then he's going to coat it once more with more clear molten glass. Jack is going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. He's going to drip some excess glass off into that steel can, and we'll save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. Now Jack's going to hand it over to Ben. Ben is the man sitting at the center workbench. The tool in his hand that he's shaping the glass with is called the block, B-L-O-C-K. Anybody have any questions? Yes. There's three reasons why the building is in this shape. Reason number one, it looks really cool. That's the real big important one right there. Reason number two, the building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number three is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw old pictures of this waterway with the big cone-shaped buildings, that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. We put up a picture of the wigwam burners. So those are the original buildings. the man sitting to the left of the workbench, he's the one that's blowing. He's inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. They're generic, they're just different sizes. So we have, 6 or 8 different sizes of them. But basically, their function is to just make the thing nice and even, sort of generic shape, nice and even. And also, we can use them to push the glass around the bubble. Say we wanted a thick bottom and a thin top, we can move the glass to the bottom of the bubble. Melt it onto another piece of glass and it becomes a stripe. So this was started out as one of these. So to make this, we made a big cylinder, solid clear glass. We melted a stripe on the side and then we twisted it. We have, 1,000 different designs, but we can make them in any color we want. Hold on a second. Can we play, Chris? Can we play the pulling cane video? So this is how we make these rods. So you take a piece of cylinder of glass, we attach it to another piece of glass, then we start to stretch. We're going to draw out a rod that's maybe 30, 40 feet long, and then we'll chop it up into these little pencil-sized sections. So you sort through them, make sure the sizes are all the same. And in this video, we're going to take a clear bubble and roll the little stripes onto the outside. We'll heat them up and melt them in. So each little stripe started as one of these. Do their job right, they heat it up right, it should pull out even. It's all in how they heat it up, how they distribute the heat. We put the drawing up on the big screen. So these are her drawings for these sculptures.
So how does she know that you'll say what's possible? Teach them what they can do. So some when they mix classical versus some other images. In the United States, approximately how many glass paintings are artists making? And what's he doing now? Is he adding another one? Very cool.
Yep. So when we heat up the glass with the torches, it allows us to soften just one part of the glass, and we can make that part hot and soft, and we can shape part of it without disturbing the rest of the shape. If you just came in, we're working for our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, in the brown sweater over on the right. And she's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and she has designed some sculptures, and we're carrying out her designs. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. It's going to look like what it looks like. I don't know how to answer that question. Oh, I don't know how to answer the question because it's got an abstract shape. So I don't know. Yes. So I can't say. It's going to look like the drawing. Can we put up the drawing? This one is, I think it's the one on the bottom. Yes, we'll be open on both ends. They're going to cut it off eventually, not at this second. I said they're going to cut it off eventually, not this very second. These sculptures that we made yesterday, everything that we make has to cool overnight. So anything that's out here today was made at least a day ago. And this sculpture that we're making right now, that we won't be able to see that till tomorrow. So our guest artist wants these kind of folded, these kind of folded creased shapes. So we're taking the torch, the propane oxygen torch, softening it. And then we've got that Y-shaped tool, and we're creasing the glass so it looks like it's kind of bulbous and folded.
Not yet, but I think maybe I'll
Let's see. I think we've been working on it for maybe half hour. Yes, our guest artist is not a glass blower. So when we have a guest artist from outside of the glass world, they come up with a design, and our crack team of glass blowers makes their design. The pointy part, we're going to bust that off. Because the drawing, put up the drawing again. So it has two holes, one on each side of the sculpture, and so we're going to bust that pointy part off. We're going to make the second hole. How hot is what? Okay, well, when we're sitting at the workbench, it's probably between about 1800 and about 1300. So as soon as we pull it out of the fire, it starts to cool off right away. Yes. Oh, I thought you were raising your hand. Tips, I see. They're both designed we're going to sift the creases. We're going to sift powdered colored glass into the creases to make them sort of more visible. But on this one, we're going to do pink. On this one, we did black. Use abrasives and water cool it and grind stuff. There's several sets of doors, and as we open each set of doors, it reveals a bigger opening. There's several sets of doors,
Yeah.
and each set of doors, as we open it, reveals a bigger opening.
Yep. That's what it looked like. I just wanted to confirm it.
You guys in the Nichole fan club?
We are.
Cool.
Water fountain, will that scare you?
I don't think so. You guys have any questions about the glass? That aspect of it? Think of the glass like wax. When it gets hot, it gets soft. When it gets cold, it gets hard. So if you want to shape it, you have to heat it up.
Keep it hot.
Yeah, if it gets too cold, if we just let it get cold on its own, it'll crack. So we have to keep the whole thing generally warm and then put extra heat on the parts that we want to shape. Could we put up the drawing? So this is the drawings we got from Nichole. So they're kind of organic, uh, sort of vague, like body parts sort of drawings. Yeah. And so she's working with our resident team of glassblowers to interpret her drawings.
Yeah, that's a shell already.
We made a series of sculptures the other day where we blew glass bubbles into these bronze shapes. No, they have nope. They're not totally separate things. We're going to bust off that pointy part. That's going to give us a little hole, and then we're going to heat that up and widen it so we have a larger hole like in the drawing. Ben is going to take his shears. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with a scissors. Can we put up some of Nichole's work? These are some sculptures by our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn. And she works in a variety of materials. She does a lot of work in bronze. She happens to be employed in a bronze foundry here in Tacoma. And these are some of her outdoor sculptures that are in the Dune Park near Point Defiance. And they're inspired by the movie Dune, where they have these sand creatures, that sandworms, I think they're called. And so you have these bronze sculptures sort of burrowing through the sand. So those are actually here in Tacoma at Dune Park, so you can go see those for yourselves. So seated in the bench is Ben Cobb. He's got a propane and oxygen torch in his hand, and he's heating up the parts of the glass that he wants to shape. So the parts that he warms up with the torch, they'll be hotter and therefore softer, and he can shape those parts without affecting the rest of the object. Does anybody have any questions?
When they're working on a particular area and they put the torches on it to heat it up, and then they put it in the oven, why do they do both things?
When you have, let's say you had the whole thing was this hot, and you heat the part with the torch that says this hot. You put in the oven, it doesn't dissipate. The part with the torch stays extra hot, so that'll be softer than the rest of it. Does that make sense?
It looks like almost like a dolphin shape. What's the, is it ending shape? Just one of those sand?
Random organic creation. It's not, doesn't represent anything.
Like,
These are just imaginary things. They're not representative of anything.
will it end up when it cools clear, like it is now? We'll watch and we'll come up with something.
You know about our contest techniques?
No, what is that?
I'm asking him. So over on the far left, Gabe is preparing a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We're going to use it as a temporary handle to hold the sculpture at an angle so we can get to the part that's now attached to the pipe. So we'll stick it, the punty on the side, we'll break it off the pipe, and then we can shape that in. So here comes Gabe with the punty. You stick it on, hot glass sticks to hot glass. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe and leave it stuck to the second one. So as the glass cools, it becomes stiffer. We'll drip a little water where we want the glass to break away. A little tap, and off it comes. I'd say we're about 30 minutes into it. It's an abstract kind of organic shape. It's not a cup or a bowl. It's a, yeah, so can we put up the drawing? So these are the drawings we've got from the artist. So it's the one on the bottom. Well, there's sort of a couple of different ways you can do that. You can cook the glass up with different metals, and then all the glass will be colored. What we do here is we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with a layer of the colored glass. We're going to add a little bit of pink in the little crevices. See, like on these guys, we have black. So the glass that we're going to add in there is going to be pink. We're going to sift powdered pink glass into these crevices. The round oven that they're heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So now Ben's taking his shears and he's trimming off some of the glass to make that opening bigger. Does anybody have any questions?
Pretty much. Oh, good. Even though I didn't like touch it at all.
I mean, it's hot. Don't touch it.
As Ben shapes the glass, Ben's sitting at the workbench. His assistant holds wooden paddles in front of his arm to shield him from the heat.
So do they take where the sculpture obviously was attached to the rod? Do they take that off?
Yes, the little globs of clear glass. When we break it off the metal pipe, we don't want to take the chance of tearing out a little section of the sculpture itself. So we purposely leave a little bit of extra clear glass there, and then we'll mechanically grind that off and polish it. It'll be like it was never there. So we're going to be, Nichole Rathburn is going to be giving a talk here in the hot shop at 1. So if you want to hear more about her work, that'll be a good time. So we'll stop blowing here, right here. Yep. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming in. So now we're getting ready to add a little powdered colored glass. We're going to sift the powdered colored glass into the little crevices in the sculpture. When we deal with the powdered colored glass, excuse me? I don't understand what you're saying.
Why did they move down to that?
Oh, it just flows into the powder.
Oh, okay.
Okay, okay. It's not that it's a different
Simple.
heat or different.
Nope.
Okay. That's a simple reason.
So if you look up on the big screen, oh wait, no, we don't. We're out of audio visual at the moment, but we're going to be sifting powdered colored glass into the little crevices. We have to do that in a ventilated booth because we don't want to breathe the glass dust. So you'll see them disappear around the corner. When they come back, there'll be a little powdered glass on the sculpture. Then we'll put it in the oven and we'll melt that on. You can see in these sculptures here, the black that's in those crevices, that was sifted powdered glass. In this clear sculpture, it's going to be pink, but the process will be the same. We sift the powdered colored glass onto the sculpture, and then we wipe off all the surface areas and leave it collected in the little crevices to sort of accent that part of the form. Has anybody got any questions? So here, we've now got our camera on. So it's just a flour sifter. We sift the powdered colored glass. We buy that powdered colored glass commercially. And we'll rub off the stuff on the smooth surfaces and just leave the stuff in the crevices. Once they've got the surfaces all cleaned up, we'll go back to the glory hole, the round oven, and we'll melt that powder on. Hi, how are you guys?
Good. How are you doing today?
Good. Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to know?
What is the powder again?
What?
The annular powder? What is that powder that's going
Just
in
powdered colored glass.
Oh, okay. So when the okay. So it'll just add a color element in the crevices on top of
Yeah,
it?
she wants to, I guess, accentuate the form
Yeah.
where they're creased.
Have you done this work for a long time or?
Yeah, I was a professional glass blower for about 10 years.
Yeah, very cool.
Hi, how are you? Do you have any questions? So when we do this sifting of the powdered colored glass, we usually have to repeat the process several times to get a good strong color. So we're almost done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we just made it and set it on the table, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. One of the glass blowers will put on some Kevlar gloves. Kevlar is a heat-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that sculpture, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and it will cool it very slowly overnight in our annealer. So we're getting ready to remove it. One of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. We're going to use water to break the piece away from the metal pipe. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Maybe I'm wrong. No. Yep. I know he's going to. I think he's going to use the water. He's just making that division sharp. So he's going to dip the tweezers in water. You drip some water on that joint. The water will crack that joint. And just a light tap, and off it comes. Take it to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, and Jack Spitzer. Has anybody got any questions? Any questions for the artist? Most museums you go to, all the artists are dead. We have a live one right here. just for your information, we will be taking our lunch from 1 to 2, but at 1 today, we'll stop blowing, and Nicole's going to give a talk. That'll probably be a half hour or so. So if you just came in, we're working with our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn. Nichole is the woman in the brown shirt over on the left side of the studio. She's a sculpture and installation artist. She's not a glassmaker. When we invite people from outside of the glass world, they come up with designs, and our resident team of glassblowers make the actual objects. Can we put up Nichole's drawing up on the big screen? So these are the drawings that Nichole gave us, and we're working from them to make her sculpture. She's over on the left in the brown shirt, but I probably can't see her because of that oven. Oh no. She stepped off for a moment. She'll be back. So right now, Ben in the center is picking out bubbles. At this point, when the glass is soft and gooey, you can take the area of the glass where the bubble is, yank it out, and then snip it off. Well, then we'll heat the whole mass up and smooth it out again. So the man seated to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. The woman in the brown shirt is Nichole Rathburn. She's our guest artist, and she's working with our resident team to realize her designs. You guys have any questions? Good. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you have any questions? The glass is stored in the glass furnaces straight ahead. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that oven that's straight ahead of us, that's full, has a big tank of melted glass in it. We just dip the pipe in there, twirl it around, a little bit sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when we blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Yep, there's two of them actually. There's one here, there's one on the opposite side of the studio. The colored glass comes from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue. There's no colored glass in those furnaces. What we do here at the museum, we blow the shape out of clear glass and we coat the initial bubble with a layer of colored glass. We buy the colored glass separately. Yes, can we put up the color overlay diagram? So if you look up at the big screen, that's the process. So we blow a bubble of clear glass, we drop a big blob of colored glass on top of the clear bubble, then we smear it until it entirely coats the original clear bubble, and then we gather clear glass around that. So you have one skinny layer of color, and when you blow it up, that skinny layer lines the object with color. Does that make sense? Actually, could we play color overlay? We have a little video. We'll show you the whole process.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Does that? So this kind of process of coating the glass like we do it, done mostly in kind of artistic and craft shops. In a factory, they're going to make everything the same color, so they just fill the furnace with colored glass and dip into it. That's what we're here for. Anybody have any questions? I can't understand what you're saying, ma'am.
She's asking what it's going to be when it's done.
It's an abstract sculpture. It's not going to be a thing. It's going to be a shape. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? I'm just looking at a giant bear.
We're good. The bear does, but he's gone.
I was distracted by the giant bear.
His name is Courage. Courage the bear. Oh, he comes with a story. He's a cancer bear.
He got cancer?
He helps people with cancer. He travels a lot in the U.S. So he's probably almost everywhere we go. From Alaska. From Alaska. He's from Alaska. And he was born at the cancer institute. Around the world, or around the U.S. rather, visiting patients. Yeah.
You guys have any questions? The oven heats it up generally. The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place.
Okay.
So let's say you want to make this part narrow. So warm it up so it's nice and warm, it's not going to crack. Take the torch and focus it on just the part he wants to shape. That part will get extra hot and extra soft. And shape that part without disturbing the wood. So we're going to bust off the little knob. So using that knob to grab and bend the shape. But once we're done, we'll bust that little knob off.
So nice to meet you.
So the man seated to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing into that form to keep it inflated as Ben sitting at the bench shapes it.
Are these from Friday?
So they're based off this like this little maquette over there.
I just really touched them.
And they
They're not all at the same time.
There's a torch in Ben's hand. Ben is the guy sitting at the workbench. It's a propane and oxygen torch. It has a 5,000 degree flame. It allows us to get one small part of the glass extra hot and extra soft very quickly. So right now he's concentrating on the little opening at the end of the sculpture. So he can just heat that part without disturbing the rest of the shape. Does anybody have any questions? If you came in a little later, we're working with our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, the woman in the brown shirt. And so these sculptures that we're making are her design. And she's working with our resident team of glassblowers to execute her designs. So now we're going to transfer the sculpture from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. When they feel that bond is strong enough to bear the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Ben, and seated at the workbench, will take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip water where he wants the glass to break, and then give the pipe a sharp tap, and off it'll come. So now that end of the sculpture is exposed. That end can now be heated and shaped. that temperature, it's soft. You know, the last one gets brittle when it gets hard. That's so hot. That thing is so hot, it's actually soft. So it's not brittle like it is at room temperature.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I think Katie is coming back.
No, with you.
Yeah, yeah.
So just say a few words into the microphone.
Okay. Is this the one I'm using? I don't know.
Yes.
Hey, everybody.
A little louder.
Louder. Is that better?
Yes. You need a little louder than that.
Okay. How's that?
That's perfect.
Okay.
No, because sometimes we have to get very soft spoken folks.
Yeah. And they like.
So you got to hold it close,
Yeah.
and then they relax during their talk, and they
Yeah.
go like this, and so I brought my van up to the studio, and
Yeah.
people can't hear me.
Oh.
So it's roughly 1:45. Just want to remind everybody that at 1 o'clock, our guest artist Nichole Rathburn will be giving a talk here in the hot shop. So she'll tell you all about her work and all the interesting things that she does. We'll stop blowing and she'll start talking. So we're going to bust off that little section.
Is the color that's going in the cracks the same color that they're putting on the outside?
No, is the color that's going in the cracks the same as the outside color? No. We're going to put pink in the cracks, and we're going to put clear glass on the outside, but it'll give it a kind of rough, frosty texture. Can we play the powder video?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
So once we finish shaping it, we're going to sift some powdered colored glass onto the surface of this sculpture. Drop something in there. Pick it out, doesn't stick to the wall. So we're sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface. When we work with the powdered colored glass, we work with it in a ventilated booth. So you have to go around the corner. And we have a camera in there, but we can't do it out here on the floor because we don't want to breathe the powder. So we want this pink color, and we want it to collect in the creases of the sculptures, sort of like the black does here. So they powder the whole thing, and then they wipe off the smooth surfaces and leave powder in the little crevices.
Oh, you want to do a lap? I can do a lap. I don't mind doing a lap. Yeah. 10 minutes?
You see they're wiping away the powder on the smooth surfaces and leaving it collecting in those little creases. Then we'll go back to the glory hole, the round furnace, and melt the powder colored glass onto the sculpture.
Let's give a round of applause to this week's visiting artist, assisted by Ben, Gabe, and Jack from our Hot Shop team. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Katie Buckingham. I'm our curator here at Museum of Glass, and I am delighted to introduce this week's visiting artist, Nichole Rathburn. One more round of applause. Nichole received a BFA from Cornish College of the Arts, and she is a local rock star, a part of our artist community here in Tacoma. Her work draws inspiration from organic forms, and the weirder parts of being human, which we've certainly been enjoying talking about over the last few days. She makes art to draw attention to the unobserved, especially in the busyness of our modern world. Nichole's work largely takes place in the realm of public art. You might recognize one of our favorite sculptures here in Tacoma. It's called Little Makers, and it's a tribute to Frank Herbert's Dune, which you can see out at Point Defiance Park just down the way in Ruston Way. We have been really thrilled to work with Nichole over the last few days. She applied for this residency slot and was selected out of hundreds of applications that we receive each year. And we're so excited to have her here today to tell you a little bit more about her work. So without further ado, let me introduce Nichole.
Hello. Can everybody hear me okay? This is not my forte. So I just wanted to start off with saying how grateful I am to be here. These guys are so knowledgeable and talented, and it's been really cool to soak up what they know, like a little bit of it, because I'm not a glass artist at all. I have no experience with glass. But I was going to run through some of my previous work with you all, and then if anybody has any questions or anything, or you want to chat more, we can do that at the end. Okay, so this is Catacomb. It was my first public art project. It was a temporary piece for Spaceworks Tacoma, which is a program that activates empty storefront windows by allowing artists to come in and install pieces inside of them. So this was at the Woolworth windows downtown. There's another view of it through the window. When I was making this piece, I was thinking about loss and how it changes you. And I don't mean like death just, but also like missed opportunities or relationships that didn't work out. So I'm trying to provide kind of a place to meditate on that for passersby, with the idea that if you can recognize that in yourself, you recognize it in other people, and then maybe we're all just a little nicer to each other. This is a detail shot of it. I'm a glutton for punishment when it comes to making work, and I think this ended up being about 2,000 of these sewn muslin tubes. And it took me about a year to make. And there's another shot, had these like threads coming down that it would have been nice for people to be able to touch it, but that's just not how things were set up. This is another temporary public art piece. This was up in Seattle as part of their Art Interruptions program. They bring in artists to set up work for about a year outside that when they're trying to kind of encourage people to get out and walk around their neighborhoods. So this was in Licton Springs, and it was installed on the fence of this very nice business owner's auto body shop. This was impossible to photograph well, but you can kind of see the point. It's like a deconstructed flower moving across this fence. And these are just cast foam flower petals mounted to like a painted steel grating. There's a little detail shot of one of the flowers. This is another temporary public art piece. This is for the Borealis Festival of Light up in Seattle. I think it's hosted by Amazon. So I made these fake flowers, kind of. The lights inside breathed and pulsated. So there were 5 of these. They're cast resin, and they were just up there for the weekend, kind of giving a little spooky light to the Amazon campus for a couple of days. So getting into some studio work, a lot of the pieces that I'm going to show you next are from a show at Feast Arts Center in 2018. My jumping off point for the show was some objects that had been sent to me by my grandfather after my grandma died, and it was like stuff you would throw away, but he couldn't, so he sent it to me, and then I couldn't throw it away. So these are shower caps with like a little fuzzy pillow inside of them. They kind of hang on the wall. These were her nylons stuffed with batting, and just trying to create like sort of like a memorial wreath, and thinking about how we honor people like after they've passed, if we're going to visit their graves and things like that, and the objects that we use to remember them by. There's a detail shot of the little stuffed nylon pillows, I guess you would say. This is supposed to represent wisteria. It's a bunch of, I sliced up like 1 million pieces of rubber to make this project to honor another friend. Here's a detail shot at that, and they're kind of just strung on copper wire and attached to this frame to make that like drooping kind of plant-like feeling. This is from leather scraps, kind of using, I really love to use multiples to make up form. So this was another experiment with that. These are trimmings off of a belt, or well, many belts. I work with this foam a lot and this flower petal shape. So I made all these petals and created this big hairy center for the middle of it. Kind of like a wig, maybe? I don't know. I just got weird with it, I suppose. And then continuing along the same thing of using scraps, this was fabric that was given to me by another family member, and I hid these little rubber pieces inside to create this kind of like tickly little uncomfortable thing. Well, most people think it's uncomfortable. I think it's kind of funny, but so this is shield. These are sewn fabric cubes meant to represent follicles of hair, so kind of like using the skin as an armor, and the hair follicles are made out of duck feathers, so I sliced up all these feathers and stuck little strands into each of these cubes. This was actually part of my BFA show from when I graduated from Cornish in 2010. These are cast aluminum cups. I call them conch, like conch shells. But inside, there's a false bottom with a little, those little travel alarm clocks. So I yanked the mechanism out of one of those and hid it in each of the cups. And then you could wind it up and hold it to your ear and like pretend you're listening to a heart beating. And so I made 2 of them with the idea that each person has one and you can use it to kind of like when you want to think about the other person if they're far away. So in 2012, I was hired on at Two Ravens Studio, which is a art bronze foundry down the street from here. This is a sculpture by Marty Reese here in the background. It was my first big project there, but it completely changed my process and what I was able to make by giving me access to a lot of tools and stuff I wouldn't have otherwise. So this is cast bronze and a stainless steel pipe with some fabric in the background. This was kind of my inspiration for some of the shapes that we made yesterday. If anybody wants to check them out later, we can, but we blew into one of these bronze pieces over here to kind of give it a little like bubble that would live inside or be growing out of it. This piece is called Catherine's Garden. This is another one that we used as a reference for this weekend to make these glass pieces that are sitting here. So I've been getting a lot of questions about why the worms and the shape, and I think for me they represent kind of like the uncomfortable, awkward, like weird, maybe kind of gross stuff we all have inside of us, but it's just like not always at the surface, but you know, carried around with you. So yeah, that's what these were all based off of, and we cast another, or they created another set yesterday of 4 that I'm excited to see. This is a little jewelry box I cast out of bronze. And it's actually sitting on this table over here. It's really unexpectedly heavy. If anybody wants to hold it after the talk, you're more than welcome. I think this is my, not my most recent, this is my first permanent public art project. In 2018, I was commissioned to do a project for the Dune Peninsula down on Point Ruston. If anybody is in town, you probably know where that is. So the author of Dune, Frank Herbert, was born here in Tacoma. And the park is built on the former site of the Asarco smelter. They had a huge smokestack that just polluted the area like crazy, and they were dumping slag into the water. So they capped it and built a park on top of it, and it's really beautiful. So using Dune as kind of a reference, I created these sand trout, which are baby sandworms, basically, and kind of situated them throughout the site. It's hard to get a picture of them, but you can see they kind of frame Mount Rainier a little bit. This was funded by Metro Parks, and that's something that they really wanted to make sure that people could still see Mount Rainier. So they kind of leap and crawl through this ziggurat-looking shape. There's the big one. Some detail shots, and these are the 2 that sit on the top of that shape. And I worked with an awesome team of people at Two Ravens to do this. I certainly didn't do it by myself, so it was intense and fun, and I'm very grateful for their help. There's some friends touching the sand trout. They're really textury, and so I hope that people are really drawn to interacting with them. So my most recent commission was for the Burt Gilman Playground Park up in Seattle. It's now called Pathways Park. They're revamping it to make sure it's accessible for all the kids and adults that come through there. So they're making sure everything's smooth and things are at different levels, that everybody can interact with stuff throughout the park. So I made a series of 10 small bronze sculptures that are based off animal nests or homes. So this is a little barnacle guy, a termite nest. And again, I'm hoping that especially kids will want to touch them and feel the textures and stuff, and they'll be at different heights throughout the site, so hopefully they'll be available to everyone. More worms. Kind of an abstracted bird nest. A wasp's nest. Kind of a upside down, the hole in the tree where eggs or something might be laid. And sort of like a underwater piece is what I was thinking. And there's just another view of it. So that project will be installed next spring sometime. So if you're ever up in Seattle, feel free to go check it out. And yeah, that is actually the end of my slides and my talk for you. So if anybody has any questions or anything, we can talk later too. I'll be here.
Thanks again to Nichole. I think she's going to stick around for a couple of minutes if you want to come down and ask her any questions. I also wanted to let you all know that I will be leading a gallery tour in 45 minutes at 2 o'clock. So if you'd like to take a zip through the galleries, meet you right behind the front desk at 2 o'clock. Thanks so much. Thank you, Nichole. That was really interesting.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, who in the brown shirt over there. Let's have a big hand for our guest artist. And she's going to be working with our resident team of glassblowers, making her sculptures. Often we invite artists from outside of the glass world to come and work here in our studio, and they come up with designs, and our team of resident glassblowers make the actual object. So the things we're making today are Nichole's designs, but they'll be executed by our glassblowers. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very brief introduction to how glassblowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So inside each one of them, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. And at 2,100 degrees, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out of the furnace, we take one of those steel poles and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. So we dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow into the pipe, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in various forms. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, and then we coat that bubble with whatever colored glass we want the object to be. So for these, we're going to use powdered colored glass. We're going to make the shape, and then we're going to sift powdered colored glass onto the surface and put it in the fire, and it'll melt on. So that will be the color. So we have 3 glass blowers working today. The young man sitting down, that's Jack Spitzer. The tall guy standing up, Ben Cobb. And is Gabe here? Gabe will be out in a minute. Gabe will be wearing a hat. Does anybody have any questions? No? You guys know about our contest for kids? Oh. Whoa, right on it. Cool. Yes, yes. He's making something we're going to use later called the punty. But the sculpture part is what Jack is making here. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Speak loud. Say that again? Can we make a dolphin out of glass? Of course. We can make a turtle or a unicorn. A dolphin. We can make a dolphin. If you want a dolphin, you got to enter our kids contest and draw a dolphin for us. and maybe you'll win the contest and we'll make you a dolphin. Does that sound like a plan? So we have a contest here for kids. Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. Everything you need to enter is in our arts and crafts room. Just walk out of here and look to your left. We put up some of the kids' design stills. So if you look up on the big screen, these are some of the sculptures we've made from the kids' drawings. So there you can see one of the winners with our glass-blowing team. And underneath, you can see the sculptures we made from her drawings. Our only restriction is you got to be 12 or younger. Yes. What do we use in the furnace to make the glass? Glass is made out of 3 things: sand, soda ash, and lime. Well, it's already cooked into glass. It's not sand anymore. It's glass. So we have to cook it overnight. We take those 3 ingredients. We cook it overnight at 2,400 degrees. It all melts together and makes glass. We cook it in the big furnace, the one with the doors closed. Yeah, so it's all cooked up and ready to use, and we're just dipping into it. Yes. Say what?
The 3 ingredients you mentioned?
Sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Soda ash is a chemical called sodium carbonate, and that lowers the melting temperature of the sand, makes the sand easier to melt. And the lime is calcium carbonate, like lime in your garden, not lime in your drink. And that stabilizes the mixture chemically. Yes? How is this art learned? Pretty much like anything else, school and work. Some of the guys, one of our guys here today, Gabe, he got a job in his early 20s and just learned everything at work. Didn't know anything about glass. Jack, the young guy, he took glass blowing classes in the Tacoma Public School. The program called the Hilltop Artist Program. So there's about 50 art colleges around the United States that have glass blowing programs. So all different ways. Yes. Oh, he was picking out bubbles. When the glass is thick and gooey, we just take the shears, grab that area of the glass, snip it off. Talking about. We've made glass that looks like wood, but I'm not sure about what.
Like these bronze pieces, though, they're not glass.
No, they're bronze.
Oh, okay, all right. I was like, what? How did you get? How did that get like that?
No, she made the bronze pieces, and we're gonna blow glass bubbles to fit those bronze pieces.
Oh, and this is her work too?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you mean Those were bronze.
Okay.
Those big kind of looks like lobster type things.
Yeah.
Those are bronze. And those are in the Dune Park near Point Defiance.
Yeah. Never been there, but I know that they gave us telling me upstairs. She was like, "Have you seen that park?" And I was like, "Oh, I haven't made it that far out."
Well, that's yeah. So you can actually go see those.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So the furnaces where you've got the glass in, do those shut down at night or do you stay?
Okay, do the furnaces shut down at night? We have two kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces that have the tanks of glass. They're on 24/7. The round ones, the glory holes, where we heat the glass up while we're working, those are only on during the working day.
I need to see your power bill.
They were gas, though.
They're gas? Okay.
But it's a gas bill. It's like blowing up a balloon. There's a little resistance, but it's nothing any ordinary person can do. Why is good? Oh, I really have no use for adults, except like my mom and my aunt. Take a nap. Okay. Look out, people don't bother. Still closing. So over on the left, Jack is letting the bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to coat it with more molten glass. When we dip into the big furnace, we have to build up the glass in layers. So we have to let the glass cool between the layers so the bubble doesn't collapse. Yes? Why does it have to be so tall? One, it looks really cool. Two, the building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. So just like a chimney in your house is tall, the building has to be tall. Yes? We're making sculptures. Can we put up the drawing? So these are the drawings for the forms that we're making for our guest artist. And that is the end result. No, we've tried to program our glass blowers, and it hasn't worked so far. How long has we got till the power goes out? Oh, if the power goes out? If the power goes out, we just shut everything up, and stuff insulation around it, and if it's out for a long time, we have propane burners that don't require electricity, and we can keep the furnaces warm enough so they won't be damaged, but not warm enough to work. What's in the block? Nothing.
What is the material?
Oh, it's made out of wood. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and we can shape the glass with it. Yep. Yes. Did Chihuly work here? He's been here occasionally. He's not any official part of this museum. He's an artist, which we admire a great deal, but he's not part of the museum. This is not his studio. He has his own studio in Seattle. It's called the Boathouse. It's in the north end of Lake Union. We admire him a great deal, but this isn't a Chihuly place. So in the center, Ben is shaping the bubble using a tool called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass.
Any type of wood or is it a special?
It's usually some kind of fruit wood, like cherry or pear or apple, because they're dense, so they burn slowly, and they don't have much resin, so they don't smoke.
Okay. In the center.
Okay, start. Most of your Washington neighbors, Jerry, depends where you live. So now we have all the glass we need to make our artist's sculpture. Ben in the center is squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The gray pad in his hand that he's shaping the glass with now is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? Yes. Natural gas.
How often do you have to get anything of paper?
About every 2 days ago.
Does it get hot?
Not unless things are really big. Sometimes we use a double newspaper. So it's a really good insulator.
I know, I know the difference. Oh, when you get it wet, it's
Yes, we're always using one.
just water.
Water. Water and old newspaper. Very simple. It's going to have some color. We're going to make some creases in the form. We're going to sift colored glass into those creases, and then we're going to coat the whole thing with kind of a frosty coating. Hi, how are you guys? Good. How are you? Good. You guys have any questions? Let me know. Okay, good. So in the center, Ben has a torch. He's going to heat up the parts that he wants to shape. It's a propane and oxygen torch, and it has a very hot flame. And he's just going to heat the parts he wants to shape. Those parts will be soft, and it won't affect the rest of the shape.
They don't make earthenware flasks this way, right? Because they have to be like a specific
They have a bench-mounted torch, and they use pre-made rods and tubes. And they have lathes
Oh, yeah.
so that they
I
can
didn't
do
think about that.
precisely. Yeah, I mean, but you know, in the 1700s, 1800s,
Yeah.
those things were made just like this.
Such a cool. He's gonna be exhausted.
Do a drawing for Batman.
Not for the contest, but like on the little, there's a, yeah.
Oh no, not the contest for kids. The kid comes to me to do a drawing. The kid won a drawing named Sally Black. She's eligible. You just grab a what do you call it? A mason form, and then do it at home whenever she feels like it. What?
We're visiting from Montana.
That's okay.
Send it in?
Yeah.
Okay.
U.S. mail. What question? Yes. How much did this structure cost? I have no idea. I wasn't around when they built it.
I have a question. So, what kind of? I don't see that there were any equipment protection or anything like that. So, how aggressive is? Let's say you get a drop of glass in your hand.
We get little burns like you might if you worked in a kitchen. So little annoying things, not medical things. We've only had one trip to the emergency room the last 20 years, and that was for somebody slipping and falling, not a glass thing. Um, the thing that gets these guys is the repetitive motion injuries, the wear and tear on their wrists, forearms, elbows. That's usually what hurts them. But the cuts, the burns, all that stuff.
Common.
What?
They are not very common. I mean, burns.
No, no. One of our glass blowers was asked how often he gets burned, and his reply was, only on tape. When a glass blower blows air on the glass like he's doing now, that cools it and stiffens it. So if we want to soften something, we take the torch, we blow fire on it. If we want to stiffen something, we blow air on it. That cools it down and makes it stiffer. The pad in Ben's hand that he's shaping the glass with is made out of cork like in a wine bottle. The cork allows us to press on the glass without leaving any marks. Good. You guys?
I have a question. So these pieces that are down here and the pieces that they're making, will they be put together at any point, or are they all separate pieces?
All separate
They're all
pieces.
separate pieces. How many of the glass blowing attempts end up on the ground on Pizza?
Um, every once in a while, it depends on what we're making.
So a
If it's
small percentage.
well, I mean, if we're making something that we've made 100 times, we're likely to lose maybe 1 in 100, 1 in 200. If we're making something completely new, maybe we'll lose 1 in 5 or something. Yeah, the glass that most of the glass you see underneath the bench is not broken pieces. It's stuff that we trimmed off. It's trimmings. It's not actual things that broke.
So they put it in there. They have to knock it off that whole thing. Is it quiet? It isn't quiet until they knock it off that thing. Is that quiet? You know it's in there.
So Gabe, seated to the left of the workbench, he's blowing, keeping that form inflated as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it.
What is the difference? Is there a difference between crystal and glass?
Is there a difference between crystal and glass? Crystal is a form of glass. They're both glass. Crystal is a special type of glass. It's a glass that contains between 25 and 35% lead. The lead makes the glass softer, so it's easier to cut and polish, and it also makes it denser, so it bends light more, so it's a little more sparkly. The big factories where they make the inexpensive glass that you see in Walmart and stuff, that's all made with machine. This is the old-fashioned one.
No, but I mean crystal. For crystal glass.
It can be made either way. You can make it with machines or you can make it by hand.
Okay.
For example, I imagine the wine glasses are made on machines that already have the shape, right? So every glass will be exactly the same.
For the
Yeah, but
crystal.
you can also make wine glasses by hand. We
By
do
hand.
that stuff. Yeah. It's just like the cool old-fashioned way to do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Porque estás como seco.
Why are they using the blowtorch? The torches allow us to focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the big round oven, it kind of heats it up in general. If we need the heat like just here or just here or just here, we use the torch. Does that make sense? No? No, it softens it. When we heat up the glass, it gets softer. So if I wanted to shape the top of this microphone. I torch this part. This part will be soft. I can shape it. This part won't be soft. Can we put up the drawing? So these are the drawings that we're working from. I think we're making the one in the top right corner. Into the crevices like this, and then we're gonna sift on some powdered colored glass that's gonna give it a frost look. So we're heating up one small spot. And we blew a little bubble. The bubble popped. And now we have a little hole in the side. Yeah, can we put up the drawing again? I think we're on the one in the top right-hand corner. on the left. Gabe is coming over with a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We're going to use it as a handle to hold this sculpture from the bottom while we shape the top. We stick the punty on the bottom. When that connection hardens up enough to bear the weight, then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe and we'll expose the opposite end, and that can then be heated and shaped. poking another hole. Can we put up some of our guest artists, Nichole Rathburn's artwork up on big screen? So you can see some sculptures by our guest artists. Some of these are fabric. These are bronze. And these you can see here in Tacoma at the Dune Park. The dune pieces,
Yeah.
was that the earthwork thing? Was that there and you put the dune pieces on them?
It was already there.
Oh, okay.
I think mostly. Or they didn't have a choice. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I did a couple of drawings. So the glass blowers are consulting with Ms. Rathburn, sorry, and getting advice on what she wants it to be like. We're sort of making this on the fly. Ms. Rathburn has given us a a drawing, but it's not a very specific drawing, so we're kind of shaping it on the fly a bit. When we work with artists from outside of the glass world, uh, there's often a great deal of feedback and exchange of ideas because when they come to us, they're really not sure how things are made or what's possible. And so there's a lot of collaboration between the team of glassblowers and the designing artists. Ben and Gabe, Black Hat, and then the tall guy, they've been working together for 20 years. They all have completely different stories how they got. There's no formal system here in the United States. Um, Gabe learned at work. He got a job at a glass shop knowing nothing, and he learned at work. Jack, the young guy, learned in the public schools here in Tacoma. They have a glass blowing program called Hilltop Arts Program. Ben got a job when he was in high school, and then went on to study at an art college. They all have three completely different stories. They're all really good glass blowers. There's a woman, Sarah, there's two women, Sarah Gilbert and Kathleen Elliott. Sarah broke her ankle, so she's not here for a couple of weeks. And then Kathleen, also, she went away. Oh, she's having her parents are visiting. It's called 4 Before 5. And then we have a handful of maybe 6 part-timers who fall in and out at various times.
I think if you meet with the artist prior to doing anything here, try to scope out what your current contingencies are.
Yeah, we have a little meeting. It comes from Wednesday through Sunday. So at 9:30 we have a meeting with the artist, and at 10 o'clock we start making stuff. Nice. Pretty casual. But you know, they can read feedback, especially with something like this when it's not precise. Please tell them, I want it flatter or wider. No, it's pretty vague. Oh, it's all over the map. Some things are 10 minutes, some things are 6.5 hours. Depends on what you're making. They open the doors, and then a lot of them make kind of wild shapes. They heat it up at the last minute when it's really big, and they spin it, and the sides flare out, and they can't go back in the frame. They're done. You might even see some videos, of them in the. We have an exhibition called Out of the Ball, stuff from our collection, and there's some Chihulis in there, and there's a little Chihuly video. You can see him spinning it out. It's most of the time. I mean, I'd say the majority of the time We're making different ones each time.
Just today. This is the only one that they're doing today.
Well, I mean, we made uh, three of them this morning,
Oh, okay.
different shapes.
Yeah.
So we're making one of each.
The last one of the day right here.
No, I think at least one more. What time is it? Oh God, maybe two more. It's only 3 o'clock. These take, maybe 40, 50 minutes. So we could probably make two more of these.
So I'm a part of the project called Design and Build. That's with
So now Gabe is going around the corner to our powder booth. We're going to sift glass powder onto the surface. We have to do that in a ventilated booth, so we can't do it out here, but we have a camera in the ventilated booth so you can see what's going on. We're going to sift clear glass powder onto the surface. It's going to give it a little texture, and it'll give it a kind of a frosted look.
The powder is used for the texture, or what is the purpose of the powder?
So after we powder it, we go back to the glory hole, the round furnace, and melt it on. So we're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So one of the glass blowers is putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished work to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Each day we heat up the annealing oven to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night we slowly turn the oven down to room temperature. A few drops of water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. A little tap, off it comes, and into our annealing oven to be cooled overnight. She has a website. I think it's just her name, Nichole Rathburn. That's NicholeRAN.
Oh, yep, I found her.
Yeah.
Oh, cause she is a sculptor. Okay. Oh, I have some questions before I leave. I'm gonna ask her a couple more questions. Hey, Nicole, have some. Yeah, I was trying to figure out. So you're a sculptor, yeah?
Yeah.
That's what you do. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I paint.
Okay,
So I've
nice.
been down here like twice making mushrooms.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
But I'm trying to make life-size mushrooms.
Okay.
Do you use plaster?
Like to sculpt them?
Yeah.
I use clay and wax are kind of
They're
my
like tall as
favorite.
shit.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh, like how big?
No, like
oh, like life size, like
Like a
human
person's life
I
size,
can
Okay,
I
right?
can
okay.
stand
Not
underneath
the
it.
size of
Yeah.
a mushroom.
You'd use a styrofoam.
So the
Yeah.
okay, so gonna plaster and just paint, but I'm at the chicken wire stage.
Yeah.
So
So using chicken wires, like
I
an
got
armature.
chicken wire, foam buckets,
Yeah.
umbrellas.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's just like
I
a
was
little
just
bit
like,
of
I'm just
everything.
kind of like, do it. I don't even know. Because I paint, I don't sculpt, you know, but in my
Yeah.
mind, I was like, I think I could just kind of, if I put these things together, I can make like a stem, I can make the top, and then kind of build that into something.
Yeah.
But because I've never done it, I'm like, there's a lot of holes in my mind as to how that's going to come together.
Yeah. It's kind of, you just like throw a bunch of stuff together
Yeah,
and then
see,
coat
here's
it.
one.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah, totally.
the inside, I put the tape because I had glued underneath that I needed to stick together. So the inside, that's the foam, and it's already stuck.
Uh-huh.
And then there's chicken wire around that,
Yeah.
and I double chicken wired it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're on rolling, like the thing you put underneath your garbage can. So they're on metal,
Oh,
like,
that was smart.
yeah. So then I have
yeah.
the bucket says the middle piece, and then that hard foam that you can get at like Lowe's, and I cut that around, glued that.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get to the plastering of this.
Yeah. You want them to be like, to go outside or?
I don't even know. I was just
Yeah.
doing random things.
Yeah.
I figured I have a bunch of glass ones. Why not make like some that are bigger than me?
Yeah, I think that would be cool. You could use like plaster bandage.
I have plaster bandage,
Yeah.
but I've never used plaster in my life.
It's so easy. Just cut
Just
it, strips.
dip it?
Yeah, dip it, and then kind of like squeeze a little bit of the water out and stick it on
Drying time.
fast.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, do something like small,
Yeah.
just like mess around with it. But the hardest part is gonna be when you're going around that chicken wire.
Getting it to
like,
stay.
Yeah, you might try like if you take a piece of it and like fold it over some of the wire and like run your like seal it with your fingers. It should dry.
I have these little clamp things too
Yeah.
to kind of just keep them right there.
Yeah.
But I really haven't got that far. And then somebody was telling me that they've worked with it before and then it shrink.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want this effect. I'm like really scared of that.
No.
I don't care if it does this,
Right.
but I don't want it to do that.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
No.
oh man, I am nervous using this stuff. I don't know too many sculptors either, not in this state.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, I know. I think that's a good place to start. If you want to get really nuts, you can use like fiberglass.
So over on your left, Jack is starting the bubble for our next sculpture. He's dipped the steel pipe, the blowpipe, into the molten glass. He's blown a little bubble. We'll let that bubble harden, and then we'll coat it with more glass. guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? We're making sculptures for our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, in the brown shirt. A gray shirt now. She had a brown one on earlier. So they're kind of abstract, organic-looking sculptures. Yes. Do you have a question? Oh, I thought I saw you were raising your hand.
We've been watching you on the videos, on the live feeds. That's really cool.
Cool. Excellent.
She's not giving you too hard a time, right? She's not giving you too hard a time?
No, she's very quiet. We're trying to pull stuff out of her.
Yeah. Get that done.
So over on the left, Jack has the glass for our next sculpture. He's shaping it with a tool called the block. The little scoop-shaped tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks on the glass.
Yeah. Like the stuff that we made yesterday. Wednesday can be busy. When are you doing?
So now we have all the glass we need.
I saw they were thinking squirt bottle, and before like where you got all the glass there, put into the berm, and like this would be support to help keep glass out of it. So like same thing, like put a squirt bottle where you're pouring.
Go in there and get like leaves a couple little bubbles on the surface. Just spray the water in there and it pops. So the man seated to the left, that's Gabe. He's doing the blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass while Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it.
Yeah, I've been listening to you ask and answer everybody's questions. I think the only thing I did ask him was during your residency, like what the size of the equipment you need to ship it to. Because I think I'm gonna fly and try and buzz around first and see how that goes.
Hey. You guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? Questions? Questions? No. So now Ben is squeezing the glass using a tool called the jacks. Those metal tongs in his hand. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. So Gabe, seated to the left, is blowing. You can see the thing getting bigger like a balloon. making a little crease in the glass. So we're going to make some creases in the form. Ben has a hot torch in one hand, a steel paddle called the tag in the other, and he just softens the area he wants to shape. So wherever he torches it, it'll be hotter and softer. So if you just came in, we're working with our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn. Nichole's the woman standing next to the pedestal. She's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and they're making these organic sculptures of her design. making a sculpture designed by our guest artist. We put up the drawings. They have these kind of organic or kind of organ shapes. You want to have a small hole on the side. You're taking the hot torch and heating one spot very hot and soft. And we're going to blow, and it's going to blow a little bubble just in that part, and it will pop it.
So man, you're the
The next thing we're going to do is transfer the sculpture from the rod sound now to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So here comes Gabe with the punty. We're going to attach it. We'll drip some water where we want the glass to break. So now the sculpture's held from the bottom. We're really on the side more. And the top is exposed. The top can be heated and shaped. If you just came in, we're working with Nichole Rathburn, our guest artist. She's a sculptor. She works in fabrics and bronze, and we've invited her here to work with our team of glass blowers to make some of her sculptures in glass. We put up some of Miss Rathburn's artwork up on the big screen. So these particular sculptures are made in bronze, and you can see them at the Dune Park here in Tacoma, near Point Defiance. They were installed in the park. Can we play the powder video?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
Once we finish the shape, we're going to coat these with powdered glass. We'll be using the sifting method that you saw in that short little clip. So now we're going to apply some powdered glass onto the surface. We have to sift the powdered glass on in a small ventilated booth. So you'll see one of the glass blowers disappear around the corner into that big black booth. We'll sift colored powdered glass onto the surface. We now have a camera that's in the booth. He's brushing off the powder off the surface of the sculpture. We're going to leave all the powder in the little creases in the form. Looks very what?
Interesting with how they're putting it like white.
Yeah, you just put it all over, kind of casually, and then sift it off the shiny parts, leave it stuck in that thing, and again, this, like the color you see in those creases. So when we do this, we usually have to do it a couple of times to get the strength of color that we want. We're also going to coat the outside completely with a clear powder, clear glass powder, and that'll give it a frosty look. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
What powder did you put on the?
It's just crushed up colored glass,
Okay.
pink
Does
glass.
it do the texture or color?
Well, it can do both, but that's mostly for color.
Okay.
You put a lot on, you get a texture. You put a little on, you just get the color.
Where you put the when you draw it in the thing in the gallery, right?
No, we have a little arts and crafts room off the lobby, and you can draw it in there. You can grab an entry form, and you can take it home with you, and then just mail it in. If we pick yours, we'll make two of them, one for the museum and one for you to keep.
Wow.
And
That's
it's
really
free.
neat.
Imagine that, it's free. So
That sounds really fun.
you can't really lose. So if you want to draw it here,
Go find an entry form.
we you have all the stuff you need to draw it here. If you want to take it home and do it there, you can do it there or just mail it in.
The guys that shot didn't really think it was very cool. They were like, what is Blue doing? Like, a lot of guys are like,
Can we put up some of the stills from the kids' design? So if you look up on the big screen, these are some of the things we made with the kids. So that girl won the contest, and those things on the bottom, those are the glass pieces we made from her drawing. And she's holding her drawing.
Cute.
Uh, These guys are really good. Make a drawing. We'll do our best to make exactly what you drew.
How long have you been working in class?
44 years?
Wow. What's your
Getting
favorite
started.
kind of thing to make?
I'm a glass painter. Enameling on glass.
Wow. Small art,
Any
abstract,
size.
everything.
I'm not really a favorite guy. I don't have a favorite flavor ice cream. I don't have a favorite color. Hard to answer that question. Does anybody have any questions? So we pretty much finished the form. We're just adding the powdered colored glass on the surface. And then we're going to put it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight.
She said she was just running around taking pictures of all their. I think that.
So the sculpture is done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. You're going to drip some water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. A little tap, off it comes, and into our annealing oven, where it'll cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So over on our left, your left, Jack is preparing the bubble for the next sculpture. The glass that he's working with is clear glass. The color that you're seeing, the orange color, is the glow from the heat. So now Jack is letting the bubble cool off and stiffen. We're going to coat it with more clear glass. Jack is going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. Jack is picking bubbles out of the glass. We see bubbles in the glass we don't want. At this point, whether it's thick and gooey, we can yank them out and snip them off. And then we'll round the whole thing out again. Sculpture for our guest artist. The one over there. It's kind of an organic form. It doesn't really have a name. What? Not a product. Product means you're going to sell it. Probably never sell it. So in order to get enough glass to make the sculpture, you have to dip it into the molten glass several times. So between each time we dip it in, we'll let it cool and harden a bit, and then we'll dip it in and get more glass. Do you guys have any questions? So Ben in the center bench is picking out bubbles. When it's soft and gooey like that, we can just sort of grab the bubble and then take the shears and cut that part of the glass off. have any questions? Oh, okay. Well, relax. I'll get back to you. Sorry. When he holds the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft. It'll stretch under its own weight. He's making that bubble longer. The man seated to the left of the workbench, he's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Ben sitting at the bench shapes it. The gray pad in Ben's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up newspaper soaked in water, ordinary newspaper. Ben is squeezing it with the jacks, making a nice sharp crease, so we have a place where we can break it off the metal pipe. surface smooth, but when they scanned the original, it was kind of a little bit bumpy.
Yeah.
So we're using metal tools to shape the glass. We take the torches soften the surface of the glass, and then we shape it with a metal tool. Just want to give everybody the heads up. It's 4:30, a little after. Where museum closes at 5. If there's anything else you want to do besides the glass shop, if you want to see the exhibits or go to the gift shop, now would be the time to do it, because we will close promptly at 5. So we're making glass sculptures designed by our guest artist, Nichole Rathburn, the woman in the brown shirt, the center of this workshop. She's a sculptor. She works in bronze. She's not a glassmaker, so we've invited her as our guest artist, and our team is interpreting her designs in glass. Some of these guys are a little better at one thing than the other. So some days Gabe might be leading the team, or Sarah.
Depending on the technique that's needed.
Yeah, depending on technique that's needed, depending on, who's got to take their kid to a soccer game. All things like that.
Okay.
They're all very good.
How many people work in the glass shop?
We have 5 full-timers. They're all glass blowers, but one of them is a technician, deals with our furnaces, all the welding and all that. And one of them is what we call a cold worker. She does all the grinding, polishing, gluing, all that kind of stuff. But they're all capable of jumping in and working on the floor. And we have a bunch of part-timers like Jack, and maybe, I don't know, 6 or part-timers.
You work on the shop too?
No. I haven't blown glass since the late 80s.
It's been a few years.
About 10 years ago. Yeah, she's working with them. More her talking to him. It's more in her head, and she's talking him through it. we've been making some all afternoon, so these guys have a good idea where she's going. They're making these organic shapes. They're not precise or representative. Make a hole, take the torch, heat up one small spot on the surface, and we blow, and only that spot is hot and soft. It makes a little bubble, and we'll pop it.
About not having a, like not missing power. Or do you think we should just carry on? Make it a little donut. You want to make a little donut real quick? Let's try it.
So Gabe in the black hat is making the punty. It's a second steel rod we're going to use to grab the sculpture and hold it. Yeah, I think they're going to punty it up to one of the holes. They're making a punty called the donut punty. It just has it's kind of hollow thing with a ridge. So it should. Yeah, it'll if they yeah, it won't have the little knob. Well, it will have a knob, but not the same kind of knob. Because when we make the punties, we purposely leave a little glass on there. We don't want to take the chance of it breaking off perfectly, because we'll maybe tear out some of the sculpture. So we leave a little extra clear on there on purpose, and then we mechanically grind that off and polish it. And that way we don't damage. bet you here there's going to be a bald spot. But there's no power. These guys have made a lot of things.
I bet. Yeah.
They've been working here for 20 years
Each of them.
together.
They've been partners in the team for 20 years. That's awesome.
And you know, the artists come in with all wide galaxy of ideas, and they have to make them. So they've got a lot of good training.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's true in your business as well.
We deal with a lot of different sculptures, different
Yeah.
sculpting styles and everything, so it's the same kind of
Yeah. So after a
same
while,
kind of fun.
you
Yeah.
become good at figuring things out.
Right. Yep.
I'm going to blow a little air into that opening. The tool in his hand is called the Soffietta. The metal cone goes in the opening, makes a seal, and then we blow through the central tube. I think we're okay with the shape. Now we're going to sift some powdered colored glass on it. So the action will be inside the powder booth. You can't see it from the audience, but we have a camera on it, and you can look up at the big screen and see exactly what they're doing. When we work with the glass powder, we don't want to breathe the glass dust, so we have to do it in a ventilated booth. So we're trying to concentrate the powder in those crevices. So we powder the entire surface, and then we wipe it off and leave powder in the crevices. So he's wiping it off on the smooth bulbous surfaces. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly. So we're going to take it off the metal rod, place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. A few drops of water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. Little tap. Off it comes and into our annealing oven. So that's it. We're quit skis.